Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
Trutyani pratyayasyaartha kalo maya samudbhavaha. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen. Suvarloka, stable bliss. Absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapaloka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanushyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you visibilities, powers,
Parama Sukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyavilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvade Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nityanandam, I welcome all the viewers today joining with us in Kailasa's digital media platforms for this amazing Bhava Samadhi Darshan, in which the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashiva, is manifesting as Kailasanathar. Today, we will be empowered to experience this phase, state, being, powers, and superconsciousness of Kailasa by reflecting the consciousness of Nijavatara, who is going to be reflecting as Kailasanathar. We manifest Kailasa. Kailasa is the ultimate fulfillment for each and every human being who has happened on the planet Earth. Kailasa is the ultimate experience that is going to empower the human being to experience all the 463 superconscious powers of Paramashiva. Kailasa is the ultimate bliss. Kailasa is the ultimate expression of possibilities and positivity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient civilizational nation of Kailasa with his sheer hard work and all his spiritual powers and the compassion for the over 27 years this whole work has happened. Kailasa is the ultimate possibility for all the human beings where the superconscious powers of Paramashiva is made real. It is never ever anymore an option for the human beings. It is never a miracle anymore. It is a science. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the first nation for Hindus, Kailasa, to one and all, for all of us to experience to all the spiritual legitimacy, social legitimacy, religious legitimacy, economic legitimacy, in every level experiencing the legitimate expression of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Now, let's take a quick look at the initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma through Sarvamya Pita by the formation of this nation, first nation for Hindus, Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took Bala Sannyas at the age of 3, and he was born in the temple town of Tiruvannamalai. He was recognized as an incarnation by various gurus and all the enlightened masters. In this world, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happened, he brought millions of beings from Kailasa to Bhuloka to establish the Kailasa in Bhuloka here. And the various coronations that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had over the years, about 21 different spiritual kingdoms, in which he is the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. And he is recognized as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism over a congregation of all the enlightened masters and seers over the years. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has formed the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, which is considered as the first nation of all the Hindus. And what you are seeing here is the untold brutal persecution that each and every Hindu experienced over the millennia. It is the untold brutal persecution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism experienced over the decade that was brought to the limelight, the public, the international forum in United Nations by the permanent ambassador of Sri Kailasa.
Continuación en persona.
Madam Chairperson, esteemed delegates and colleagues, I represent the Kailasa Nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums. I want to specifically bring to light the attack on minority Hindu traditions. Hinduism, as people know, is not a single monolithic religion, but it's made up of thousands of unique enlightenment ecosystems, which are called sampradayas. In recent times, many Hindu gurus, Hindu minority traditions and temples have come under attack by majority ideologies, and a large number of traditions have virtually disappeared. There has been no recognition of the attacks by international human rights groups, as in these cases it is difficult for outsiders to distinguish the attackers from the attacked. For the past 10 years, the Kailasa Nation and SPH Sri Nityananda Paramashivam have been attacked and silenced in India as a religious minority, as a linguistic minority, and because extremist elements are opposed to Kailasa's stance when it comes to the rights of women, including marginalized Dalit women and the rights of members of the LGBTQ and transgender communities. In 2019, Kailasa approached the OHCHR presenting the case of persecution, and when this document reached the Indian media, a very well-funded defamation campaign was started by news sources which were supportive of the Union government, alleging treason and sedition on part of the Kailasa Nation. A number of false cases were subsequently registered against Kailasa leaders, and one of our university campuses for women in the state of Gujarat was razed to the ground in a matter of days by mobs along with the local government. Kailasa has since submitted a number of reports on the persecution to various forums available within the UN, but not much action has been taken. In June 2021, Kailasa made a submission on the attacks of ASMT women in the session by the UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on the rights of indigenous women, and further submitted reports how to end femicide and on gender justice. Later in September, Kailasa's report on media disinformation in India, which is a big problem, was accepted by the Special Rapporteur for the right to freedom of opinion and expression.
The persecution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Kailasa faced over a decade, which was completely suppressed because of the state and non-state actors, was brought to the international attention by the United Nations, who accepted and recognized the persecution through over 8 reports. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has formed the Sri Kailasa Nation. Now, what is considered as a nation? As per the Montevideo Convention, if you have a permanent population, if you have a government, if you have the abilities, that is exactly what the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa has. It has a sovereign land. It is running as per a government that is based on Manu Dharma Shastras. It has already entered into several diplomatic relations with different countries around the world. It has a permanent population of 110 million people. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as the sovereign of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa by United States of America. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized this Sri Kailasa United Nations that is aligned as per the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. All the humanitarian activities around the world that the Kailasa is offering through Hindu solutions are all brought under the swing of Sri Kailasa United Nations. Now let us look into Kailasa's achievements. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism holds 3 Guinness records. And he also holds more than 10 Asia Book of Records, in which one of the most important record is the maximum number of books by the single author and the maximum number of discourses given by the single person. Yes, the maximum number of books published by a single author and the maximum hours of discourses by a single person.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty.
Yes, now let us enter into the power manifestation science, which was demonstrated by the Nityananda Yogis, initiated Nityananda Yogis. Please understand, today what we are seeing is to understand the largeness of our lives, where we come from. Each and every one of us are brought by Bhagavan from Kailasa to Bhuloka to establish this Kailasa. Sarvayapita is an initiative that is the most important cause for the whole of the humanity, where we realize our ultimate expression of life. So if you feel that Kailasa is one of the most important initiative that the whole of the humanity needs, please join us by showing your support by being part of Sarvangapita. And what you're going to see is these initiated beings who are considered as the Yoga Prashtas were brought from Kailasa to Boloka to express the superconscious powers of Paramashiva. These power manifesting Nityananda Yogis are the expressions of ultimate bliss that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism carries, and he has initiated them over the years. And what you're going to see is not just the demonstration of these superconscious powers, but you're going to see that these powers are expressed as a science by the intense work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for the humanity. Let us enter into a power manifestation demonstration by the Nityananda Yogis.
whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness, and the planes, multiple planes, everything. You will become Paramashiva.
Yes, Nityanandam, we welcome all of you to this next segment of the webinar, which is the Power Manifestation segment. We, the Balasans of the Nityananda Rajavidya Gurukul, are honored and excited to have all of the. My name is Maniti Yogapranananda, and along with me, I have Maniti Virajananda. Today, we are going to be your host in this segment of Power Manifestation. Before we jump into the demonstration of these extraordinary Shaktis, let us enter into a small introduction about Shaktis. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the four Shaktis of Paramashiva. Manifesting Shaktis, manifesting powers, is described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to be able to explore the various possibilities and powers and to have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine, not from the cognition that you are a man and that you need to reach the divine. So let us now understand the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis.
Yes, so Shakti is expressed from a space of enlightenment. As a side effect, you establish a strong feeling connection with the Guru. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment, whereas Shaktis manifest through ordinary human being just in an extraordinary way, just by one initiation from the avatar, and Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and it may divert you from enlightenment itself.
So how is this science of power manifestation authenticated? It is authenticated through four aspects of evidences, also known as pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences and results of Aptas, the authorities of Hinduism, who have time-tested and verified this science. The third is the Atma Pramana, which is the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshivam, our beloved Swamiji. And the last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So who is the source of all of these Shaktis, and how have these Shaktis come to place?
Paramashiva is a source for all these Shaktis. He is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, who is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, who is all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. At the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest existence, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, the five cosmic acts of Srishti, their creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, through Bhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities in the multiverse. So how do we manifest these Shaktis exactly?
When every ultimate truth, Jnana, is mapped into our consciousness, prajna, it starts manifesting as a possibility and a power for every being, prajnana. So let us now watch a small video which beautifully explains about the science of Diksha, the science of initiation, how just by one look, touch or word from the avatar, we can get initiated into manifesting the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavanti Rasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted.
Yes. So let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Let us first chant the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34.
Kapalantar manonyasa Dishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manasodarjat Lakshaye lakshamuttamam.
The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Laksham, and by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the soul's Paramashiva.
The next is the Akta Pramana of the power of third eye, which is taken from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 8, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna beautifully says to Arjuna, Natu mam shakyase drashtum enaiva svatakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. The translation goes, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine third eye vision, behold my cosmic opulence. In the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Shri Krishna beautifully initiates Arjuna on the power of third eye to behold Shri Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, which is the vision of Shri Krishna's own cosmic form. In the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains a detailed description of Bhagavan Shri Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Shri Krishna through his third eye.
The next is the Atma Pramana, which is Swamiji's own experience. So, in Swamiji's own words, the first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree vision. The 10 directions below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of that as well.
And next is the Pratyaksha Prama, the scientific experimentation done on the science. So you can see over here, which is a diagram which has been projected, which shows the studies, measures, and compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the positron emission tomography, the PET. So when doing daily activities, high activities measuring the brain where the third eye is located. And when in deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain is at peace. So with this beautiful understanding we get from the Pramanas, let us get into the demonstration.
Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness, and the planes, multiple planes, everything. You will become Paramashiva. The Indian mass media cult and cinema industry, whether Bollywood or Dollywood or Bollywood or Sandalwood or all, the whole cinema industry in India, heavily funded by anti-Hindu elements.
Yes, Nityanandam. So let's now enter into the direct demonstration of these extraordinary Shaktis. So today Mahaviraja is going to be demonstrating the power of third eye to all of us today. And as all of you can see, we have the surgical eye patches. These are tested by the ophthalmologist and completely proven that no light can enter once it is placed on Mahaviraja's eyes. It will completely stick around her eyes and block out any light. So these are the eye patches which I'm going to be placing on Mahaviraja's eyes now. Yes. Maharija, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So, as all of you can see, her eyes are completely blindfolded and there is no way for light to enter. I request you to tilt your chin upwards, to the left, right. Yes. So all of you can see that her eyes are completely covered. So today we have something very interesting for Maharija, a very interesting challenge. Do you all know that there is a red? I also request the screen to be projected here. So do you all know that a chemical engineering professor from Purdue University was in his element as he raced to assemble the periodic table in record time 8 minutes and 36 seconds to be exact, setting a new Guinness World title. With all his 118 elements set in place, Paul raised his hands, celebrated his new title as the fastest man to arrange all the elements of the modern periodic table. So today, the challenge which we have for Ma Virija is that she is going to be reading out, describing and naming the words and the symbols of the periodic table with her eyes blindfolded. So, Ma Virija, are you ready for the challenge? Yes. Yes. So I request all of the viewers, please go ahead and comment. What do you feel about this? And you can go ahead and also choose any one of the elements which you want Maharija to read out, and you can post it in the live chat in the YouTube comment section, and Maharija will be reading them out live. So I request the periodic table also to be projected so that Maharija can start. I request it to be zoomed in so it can be a little more clear. I request the periodic table to be zoomed in more as the words are not clear. It's meanwhile, Margarita is going to be chanting the Mahavakya and connecting to Swamiji. And she's going to fall into the space of oneness and allow Swamiji to flow through her to manifest this extraordinary Shakti. Yes. So, Margarita, you can go ahead and start. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, Maharija, you can go ahead and start. So, the periodic table is being categorized into certain groups, such as the alkaline metals, alkali earth metals, transition metals, other non-metals, halogens and noble gases, and I request you to scroll down, and rare earth metals. So these are the categories in which the periodic tables, the elements are being are segregated. The first is the hydrogen and second is the helium. Third is lithium. Fourth is beryllium. Yes, Maharija, you can go ahead and also start describing each of the description which is there in the box for each element. So I request you to scroll up. So hydrogen
The weight of hydrogen is 1.01, and it has its atomic number is 1. And its symbol is H.
Yes. So what else is Swamiji showing you?
I'm able to see a rocket flying.
Yes. So yes, we can move on, and you can also tell the colors of each element as it is sorted out into different groups. As
this is the first group, and second row is lithium, beryllium. Lithium's atomic number is 3, and atomic mass for lithium is 6.94. And the next to lithium is beryllium, which atomic the symbol is Be. The atomic number is 4. The atomic mass is 9.01. And the next row comes Na, which is sodium. The basically sodium which we get from the salt. Yeah, for making salt we also use sodium. And the atomic number for sodium is 11, and the atomic mass for sodium is 22.99.
Yes, what else are you able to see?
I'm able to see a car.
Yes.
And next is magnesium. Its symbol is Mg. The atomic number is 12. The atomic mass is 24.31. And the next set of group is so we are entering the fourth row, where comes the potassium, which is symbol is K. The atomic number is 19, and atomic mass is 39.10. And next after comes calcium, which is the symbol is Ca, and atomic number is 20, and atomic mass is 40.08. Next is scandium, which its symbol is Sc. Its atomic number is 21, and atomic mass is 44.96.
Yes, and what else are you able to see?
We will see a person, and he's getting like electrocuted in scandium.
Yes.
And next is titanium. The atomic number for titanium is 21. The symbol is 47.88. Maybe see like a skeleton pointing out his femur bone, the top part of the femur bone. And next is vanadium. The atomic mass is 50.94, and the atomic number is 23. And we will see a box of tools, a toolkit. And next is chromium, which its atomic mass is 52, and its atomic number is 24. And we will see a car. And next is manganese. Its atomic number is 25. Atomic mass is 54.94, and we will see a torch.
Yes, that was a beautiful description. So, Ma Virija, why don't you take the next challenge and read out all of the elements as fast as you can through your third eye. Are you ready for this challenge?
Yes.
Yes. So I request the timer to be projected on the screen.
I request the periodic table to be zoomed in, where it covers all the elements.
And I request all of the viewers, please go ahead and post your comments in the live chat section below. All of you can even post any specific elements which you want Mavarija to read, and she will be able to read it out through her third eye. Yes. So I request the timer to be projected on the screen.
I request the full periodic table to be shown. Yes.
Meanwhile, Maharija, why don't you go ahead and share? How do you feel about manifesting this power, and how do you feel by to tackle a new challenge every day through the third eye? How do you feel about it? Why don't you go ahead and share with all of the viewers?
This comes under chemistry. So, like, like people will study so hard just to study this periodic table, just to memorize for their exams and everything. But here, Swamiji is just making it so simple in our life just by initiating us in the power of third eye, where you just glance at it once and you remember. That's all. And any doubts that you have, the third eye is there for you. It will help you in it.
So, was this? Did you sit and memorize it before this, or
No.
or are you? Have you ever like sat and memorized it, or are you familiar to this?
No.
So, just through your third eye, even though it's a sudden challenge which is thrown at you, like you have to read it as fast as you can with your eyes completely closed. You are confident that Swamiji will through you and that you can do it, right?
Yes.
Beautiful. So we're ready to start? Yes. So Margarita, you can start in 3. Yes, I request the timer to be projected on the screen so that Margarita can start. Yes. So
before I request, here, the words are not clear for me.
Yes.
Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminium, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, fluorine, argon, potassium, calcium, scandium, titanium, vanadium, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc, gallium, germanium, arsenic, selenium, bromine, krypton, rubidium, strontium, Lithium, zirconium, niobium, molybdenum, technetium, ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, silver, candium, indium, tin, antimony, tellurium, iodine, xenon, cesium, barium. And after comes the lanthanides, antimony, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, promethium, samarium, europium, gadolinium, terbium, dysprosium, polonium, erbium, selenium, ytterbium, lutetium, anthonium, thorium, potassium, uranium, neptunium, plutonium, americium, thorium, berkelium, californium, isonium, fermium, mendelium, nobelium, lawrencium, rutherfordium, Dubnium, Seaborium, Hesium, Martinium, Darmstadtium, Gontagium, Copernium, Neonium, Flavorium, Moscovium, Livornium, Tennessee, Organization.
Yes, amazing. So in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, you were able to read the whole periodic table, which is 118 elements, with your eyes completely blindfolded. That was amazing, Maharija. I request all of the participants who are viewing, please go ahead and post your comments. How do you feel about this power? And would all of you like to manifest this power? Because it is true, by the end of this Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of you will be able to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis with the initiation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And yes, now we are going to be moving on to the next power of today's segment, which is the power of remote vision. I request all of you, before we move on to the Shastra Pramanas, if any one of you would like a remote vision, please go ahead and post your request in the YouTube chat section below, and we will be doing the remote vision. So I request all of you to go ahead and post your comments. Let us now enter into the Shastra Pramana. Yes. So the Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92. Vyomakaram svamatmanam dhyaye digbhiranavritam nirashraya chitish shaktihi swarupam darshayeta. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, concentrate and cognize restful awareness on oneself in the form of vast etheric space or sky, Vyomakaram, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chitta Shakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as the form of one's essential nature of the self. Let us now move on to the Apta Pramana for the power of remote vision, which goes back to the time of the Hindu Purana, the Mahabharata. The whole war, the sacred scripture of the Bhagavad Gita, is narrated to the blind king Dhritarashtra by his trusted charioteer Sanjaya, who is initiated into the power of remote vision, Dura Drishti, and Dura Shruti, the power of remote hearing, by sage Veda Vyasa. It is through Sanjaya's narration that the humanity has received the sacred scripture, the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. So let us now move on to the Atma Pramana, which is the experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Going back to Swamiji's childhood, Narayana Swami Tata was one of the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and was well known in Tirunamalai to be able to see remote distances at ease. One day, a senior police officer came to Narayana Swami Tata seeking help to find a thief whom they were searching for the last 1 week. Narayana Swami Tata simply turned to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and asked the thief in the mirror with the black face, the Jnananjana of light. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was not only able to see the whereabouts of the thief and was even able to show the same to the police officer, after which the thief was caught red-handed in the same location as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff. So, with this beautiful Atma Pramana, let us now enter into the demonstration of these extraordinary Shaktis. So, I request all of you to go ahead and post your comments, and I request the YouTube live comments to be projected on the screen. Yes, Margarita, you can go ahead and start reading out the live comments.
So, the first comment which is being posted is by Mantinyana Pradhayananda, and she's posted Namaste emoji, a heart, a double heart emoji, 2 of them, a rose, a tulip, flower, and 2 buckets. And the next comment is from Devakarani Patam, and he has posted thank you and gratitude Bhagwan and Sangha and Namaste emoji. And he has posted so inspiring. And Nick has posted Lord Kalberwa Namaste, Namaskar emoji, 2 hearts emoji, a rose, tulip, and bouquet. And Devi Karani was again posted the love emoji. And Devi Karani has also posted water compound is H2O. And Nick, a comment named Nick has posted me and he has posted tulip color.
Yes. So that was beautiful. And I request all of you to go ahead, please go ahead and post your comments if you want the power of remote vision to be done for you. Please go ahead and post your comments in the live YouTube live chat, and we will be manifesting the power of remote vision.
Yes, so Devi Kirani has requested remote vision of my house, please. Yes, my yoga brother can stand. We're going to do remote vision for Devi Kirani.
Yes. So, Nityanamma, I will be doing the remote vision for specifically one area of your house today. And we have something very interesting for everyone to get, for you to get a more, for you to see a more visual scanning of the house, we have something very special. I request the screen to be projected. Yes. Meanwhile, while the screen is going to be projected, I will chant the Maha. Go into the space of oneness with Paramashiva, manifest. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Yes. So as you can see in yes. So I'll be doing the scanning of particularly one area in your house, ma, and that is going to be the kitchen. So I will start doing the body scan, the remote vision now. Yes. First, starting with the layout, I'm able to see that the layout of your kitchen is more. Yes. So I'm able to see that this island, which is projected over here, is a little more to the back, towards the back, against the not exactly against the wall, but not in the middle of the kitchen. And starting with the color of the kitchen counter, I'm able to see it's like a white marble slab. Yes, like this, which is projected over here, the antico cloud. That is the color of the kitchen, and the wall. I'm able to see there's no the wall. There's no specific design. It's just a plain white peachish color. Yes, like this hazelwood color over here. That is the color of the wall, which is projected. The white marble. Close to apple slice, which is projected. And the cabinet color, I'm able to see your a light caramel brown. Okay, first it's the material and the outline of the cabinet is this very cherry dusty gray. Yes, and the color of the cabinet is more of a caramel brown, not this chocolate brown, more of a caramel brown color. And yes, and the fridge, I'm able to see your fridge is I'm able to see it's a double-sided fridge only, and yes, some of this steel metallic color, and it's a double-sided fridge. And the flooring, I'm able to see the flooring is I'm able to see it's a tiled flooring, and it's just a little dull than white. It's a tiled flooring like this. The color is close to Acadia, which is projected on the screen. That is the flooring of your kitchen. And then, as you can see on this kitchen counter over here, there are chairs and all. I'm able to see there is no chairs in your kitchen. It's just like a countertop. And the sink, I'm able to see the design of the sink. Yes, I'm able to see it's a double-sided, like it has two areas with one faucet. Yes. And the ceiling, I'm able to see the light. The lighting of your kitchen is white only. I think it's white, and the ceiling color is more of chopsticks, as you can see the color over here. Yes, it's more of a chopsticks color, and especially I'm able to see that the counter is. I'm able to see a lot of fruits to one side next to the fridge. Like around this side of your kitchen, I'm able to see a lot of fruits. And other than that, I'm able to see one small bowl with flowers. I'm able to see water, few pebbles at the bottom of the bowl, and flowers. And that's all I was able to see. So I request all of you to post your comment. I request Devika Ranima, I request you to post your feedback in the YouTube live chat now, ma. And specifically, I'm able to see that today morning or right now you're cooking pasta. That's one of the things which Paramashiva is showing. And I'm able to see salad. Specifically, I'm able to see carrots, cabbage and all. And I'm able to see salad. So I request you to verify this also, ma. Please go ahead and post your comment in the chat section, in the YouTube chat section. Yes. So, Madhavi Tirani has commented by saying that very good, mark. Colors are almost correct. Flooring and sink layout is right. Or this simply tells that the long name of my location. Thank you so much, Ma. Oh, sorry. Ma Devi Tirani has posted saying thank you so much. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much, Devi Karani Ma, for participating and volunteering for this Power of Remote Vision. And this is what we wanted to demonstrate to all of you today. Before we move on, I'll be removing the iPads from Madhurija. Yes. Beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye Mahavirudra. And for all of the viewers, stay tuned for the upcoming sessions, followed by the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Kailasanathar, manifesting in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nityananda Param. With this, we thank all of you for joining. Thank you, Nityananda.
Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness, and the planes, multiple planes, everything. You will become Paramashiva. Media cult and cinema industry, whether Bollywood or Dollywood or Bollywood or Sandalwood or all, the whole cinema industry in India, heavily funded by anti-Hindu elements, and they have successfully done the continuous hate speech at least for last 50 years. And the poison they emitted and the brainwashing they have done has gone so deep, even Hindus are feeling ashamed about their existence. When I grew up, seeing people wearing the Hindu marks in the regular lifestyle, the day-to-day life, used to be 90% of the people's forehead. Now, it is less than 3% people wearing the Hindu symbols on their forehead in Indian society. People are ashamed to show themselves as Hindus. Terrorized. They have to constantly live in fear.
All of you had an amazing demonstration of the superconscious powers of Paramashiva. And now we will be seeing what is that it means to manifest Kailasanathar. What is that space, state, being, and powers and superconsciousness of Kailasa means? How does it really feel? There's a beautiful video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is sharing his experience with his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, when he saw the Kailasa, how it happened, how it looked, how it felt, and the state of unclutching that helps you to manifest the state of Kailasa. What is unclutching? What are the different types of unclutching? How do we unclutch from all our thoughts and be established in the state of Kailasa? Let's get ready to watch the video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is beautifully sharing his experience of seeing the Kailasa and taking us all to that state of Kailasa by the state of unclutching.
Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the spaciousness, and the planes, multiple. This really happened when I was with my guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I'm just mapping the whole experience into the English words which can convey it best as a best way, best form. Try to listen to this satsang at least 5 times again and again, because I'm just mapping it as it is from the Akashic records and sharing it with all of you. It was a noon, maybe 2 o'clock or between 1 to 3 in Tiruvannamalai temple on the Jiva Samadhi Mandapam. In that Mandapam, not on the top of the Mandapam, above the Jiva Samadhi, means like inside the Mandapam. See, there is a small Mandapam which is a gateway to enter into the Jiva Samadhi, where Arunagiri Yogeshwara's deity is carved, where his deity is there. I am not telling about that small Mandapam, the above, the main Mandapam, 4-pillared Mandapam. On that, Arunagiri Yogeshwara was sitting, and I was sitting next to him. It was a noon. I remember very clearly. Not hot, very breezy noon. Neither cold nor hot, good weather. I was sitting, he was talking about Kailasa. He's a beautiful being, such a... Now if I describe him again, I get into that same mood. Handsome and beauty and well built and so like a shining skin. He was talking about Kailasa. He was so handsome and well built, beautiful, so beautiful. I was just staring at his chest, broad, well built chest with one Rudrakshmala. I was staring at his chest. Suddenly I saw the whole visual of Kailasa on his chest. This is the mandapam. You can see. The small mandapam is Jiva Samadhi, where his deity is there. Through that, you can enter into his Jiva Samadhi. That on the top, that four-pillared hall is the place where he was sitting. And I was also sitting next to him. So, he was talking about Kailasa and I was staring at his chest and suddenly I started seeing the whole visual, how the Kailasa looks and how he was describing that intense golden light and all the gods, goddesses, the Ganesha, Nandi, all the... I was seeing one by one. Saw the Brahma and Vishnu, ultimately Parashakti sitting in the lap of Paramashiva with his Vishwarupa, 50 hands and 25 heads. It's too indescribable beauty and glory. Only when I deeply looked into the face of Paramashiva, I saw it is Arunagiri Yogeshwara. The face is one and the same. Listen. Then slowly I started sensing this Bhuloka, means this dimension, this time zone. Then I slowly settled down. I started understanding that I'm enjoying his beautiful form, the chest and that Rudrakshamala. I was in that extreme ecstasy. That knowing my Guru is Paramashiva and Paramashiva himself is my Guru. And slowly I'm settling down from that vertical time zone to this time zone. Very smooth landing. And he just hugged me to give a smooth landing without any shock. one of us has to manifest Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva. Understand? State of Shiva means absolute unclutched. Gravity is never felt by you. Is state of Paramashiva. Understand? The food your stomach is digesting, the emotions your heart is digesting, the thought currents your head is digesting, all the three should not be heavy. So light you don't experience gravity. Understand? Gravity is experienced by you as heaviness in the stomach, heaviness in the heart, heaviness in the head. The food you digest in the stomach, the emotions you cherish, you digest in the heart, the thought currents you are digesting in the head. If all these three are light, does not make you feel the gravity, heaviness, load, you are unclutched. This is the definition. Understand? If it is not making you feel the gravity, the emotions you cherish in the heart does not make you shiver, send chills in your spine, sends strong fears in your system, doesn't make you feel heavy, then you are unclutched. The thought currents you are cherishing in your head is not making you feel sad, frustrated, depressed, then you are unclutched. Understand? Unclutching. Unclutching. Intensely, sincerely, unclutching, unclutching, intensely and sincerely. Nothing can be compared to the ability of unclutching as a wealth to be earned in this life while you are alive. Understand? While the body, the highest, greatest, best wealth you need to achieve is ability to unclutch. It is just my ability to unclutch, I am still alive. Understand? Please listen. It is just because of my ability to unclutch, I am still alive. Otherwise, long before, I should have been gone. If I had mind, I would have had mental breakdown long before. Because I don't have one, I am not having breakdown. ability to unclutch makes you a different metal altogether. And just because of the ability to unclutch, I'm long time, 3-digit, that I already decided. 3-digit years. It's not 2-digit, it's 3-digit. I'm very clear. Greatest blessing you can receive from Paramashiva is ability to unclutch. You should keep this as your first prayer. Prabhu, let me unclutch from everything and be in you. That's it. That should be the first prayer. Highest priority for all of you. I tell you, it is just because of my ability to unclutch, all the best things have manifested in me. So if you ask me the first word of my teachings, I'll say unclutch. It was power of unclutching which is still keeping me alive. I tell you. Unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. That makes you a different metal altogether, especially if you unclutch. Because of my initiation, you just relax in Paramashiva. Rest in Paramashiva. RIP should have a new meaning. Rest in Paramashiva. Understand? Nothing like unclutching. Nothing like unclutching. Understand this word unclutching. This word exists in Oxford Dictionary. Please understand, this word is my contribution to the English language itself.
language itself, this word is my contribution, not exist in Oxford Dictionary. It does not exist. One day early morning, like intuition, suddenly this word has flowered in me as a Mahavagya. Mahavagya means the ultimate truth, the ultimate statement. Each Mahavagya is the punch dialogue from one Upanishad. It is a punch from one Upanishad. Each tradition have their own Mahavagya. There are so many Mahavagyas. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Prajnanam Brahma, Brahmaivahamasmi, Ayamanma Brahma. In Saiva tradition, Saiva Sampradayas, Shivoham. There are so many Mahavagyas. Please understand, this word, unclutching, is the ultimate spiritual truth. This process, unclutching, can directly upgrade your very consciousness. Today, through this webinar, I'll present unclutching as a technique, method to upgrade your consciousness, raising your inner space. When you upgrade your consciousness, raise your inner space, become more authentic, hundreds of good side effects happen, like you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become a leader, you become more intelligent, you become more balanced. Thousands of things happen in you as a side effect of upgrading your consciousness. Today, I'll present unclutching as a powerful process to consciousness. Understand these three words, then you will be able to catch the truth of unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching means, holding, getting attached. Disclutching means completely getting disconnected, breaking. Unclutching means moving back to clutch any time when it is needed.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. It's similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind moment, we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti, and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both, and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Different shape, different size, different colors, different quality, different experiences. Some are related to joy, some are related to suffering, some are related to depression, some are related to excitement. Different kinds of thoughts. Please understand, continuously, different shape, different way, thoughts are flowing. One important thing you need to understand, all the thoughts which are flowing are completely illogical, irresponsible and independent. Please understand, some of them will be very strong words. Some of these words will be very strong. These thoughts are not responsible to each other. They don't have a logical connection. They are completely independent. Independent and illogical. They are not connected. For example, if I have to give one example, you see a dog in the street. Immediately you remember some dogs which you had as a pet or out which you used to be frightened in the young age. Then the memory of your young age. Then the teacher under whom you studied in your young age. Even when I say now, I give a simple logic base. But if you see your thoughts, it will not even have this much of logic. The dog which you saw and the teacher under whom you studied in the young age have no logical connection. Suddenly, from which logic your thoughts move to which logic, you have no idea. If you want to experiment, just now you can try. You take a paper and pen and write whatever goes on inside without editing for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Without editing, like a Dragon software. In the modern days there are software the medical professionals use for transcription. Whatever they talk will be transcribed. Just like that, if the software is connected to your mind, how it will completely transcribe. Same way, whatever goes on inside, try to transcribe. You will understand the thoughts which is flowing inside you are completely illogical, independent and irresponsible. Then what connects? What connects and gives you the kind of a feeling that it is continuous and logical? For example, if you believe your life is suffering, you will connect all the suffering and depressing thoughts and create the idea of pain shaft. Your whole life is a pain. I've seen when you ask people, how is your life? First thing they'll tell, oh, nobody has suffered like me. Even my enemy should not suffer like me. Means they connect, they catch all the incidents which created pain in their life and create a pain shaft. They believe their whole life is nothing but a pain shaft. Very rarely, when you are in a high mood, exciting mood, or when you are really in love with somebody or some object or with a life, you feel your whole life is a joy. At those moments you connect joyful moments, the exciting thoughts and create joy shaft. life is a joy. The idea that life is a joy. Sometimes you create the idea life is a pain. See, what you believe. If you believe life is a pain, you will create an idea of pain shaft. If you believe life is a joy, you will create an idea life is a joy shaft. The depression which happened in us 10 years ago, the depression we experienced 8 years ago, the depression we experienced 4 years ago, the depression we experienced yesterday are independent incidents, our responses to independent incidents in our life, independent experiences. But when you connect all of them and see them together, you say my whole life is depression. This pain shaft or joy shaft, this is created out of your belief. If you see the exact thoughts moving as it is inside your inner space, they are neither right nor wrong. It is, that's all. It's an existence, reality. It's just flowing. But when you create some idea, when you want to restrict, when you want to frame them for future reference, you frame them either as pain shaft or joy shaft. The difficulty is not, you don't stop here. The moment you identify your life as a pain shaft, you try to break it. If you identify your life as a joy shaft, you try to elongate it. Neither you can elongate nor you can break. That's the problem, because the shaft does not exist in reality. It does not exist in reality. It's just imaginary. It is just your feeling. If it exists, you can break it. It does not exist. You try to break which is not there. You are trying to continuously fight with something which is not there. Either joy shaft or with the pain shaft. Again and again we try to break the pain shaft. Trying to break the pain shaft brings one more pain. I have seen people after reading the books like Stop Worrying, Start Living. Now it's very easy to become a philosopher. Thought which is completely impractical. I can give you some 4 or 5 tips how to become a philosopher. Thought completely impractical. Thought which you are not able to practice. See, when you are not able to practice, others also can't practice. So naturally you will be dangling the carrot. It will continue, the business will go on and on and on. So, anyhow, these kind of philosophers, when you read these kind of books and try to stop worrying, that will become one more worry. I have seen people create one more worry, trying to stop worrying. I feel that worrying is a problem only when you start thinking that you are worrying. Only when you identify it as a pain shaft, any pain is a pain. When it is just a reality, when it is an existence, when it is just flowing in your being, it never creates suffering in you. Somebody asked Ramana Maharshi. Ramana Maharshi is a great enlightened master. Was from my native place. My native place boasts unbroken lineage of enlightened masters for the last 2000 years. Somebody, he had cancer the last moments of his life, and somebody asked him, Bhagavan, do you have pain? He says, pain is there, but there is no suffering. Understand, the pain is translated into suffering only when you create a pain shaft, not otherwise. When you can experiment now in your life, if you have any pain, back pain or headache, giving the idea or the name pain, you will see that experience which you are having as pain will disappear. You can experiment now, straight away. Continuously our life, we are creating either pain shaft or joy shaft. The words are flowing, thoughts are flowing in our inner space. Creating joy shaft or creating pain shaft is what I call fighting with Maya. In Sanskrit we have a beautiful word, Maya means, which is not there, but which gives the suffering as if it is there. Even if he is not there, if he gives the suffering as if he is there, he is called Maya. It's called Maya. It is not there, but it gives the suffering or the impression as if it is there. continuously giving meaning to the thoughts which is arising in your being is the root cause of suffering. Let me give you a simple technique of unclenching. Please, a simple technique of unclenching. What I mean by the word unclenching. When you sit, naturally there will be some thoughts. When the thoughts come, usually your mind will tend to connect it, identify it with some past pain or joy. Or it will classify it as something related to worry, or there is nothing, simple thought flowing. It will try to connect or classify. It will try to clutch with some of your past experience and identify. Now, just for a few moments, try this simple experiment. Any thought comes, do not clutch it with your past experience. Do not clutch it with your past suffering or joy. When words come out of your being, instead of giving meaning to it, just see the source of the sound. See, sounds are raising your inner space. The moment you give meaning, you become materialistic. If you look the source, you go towards the freedom. Just see for a few moments. Just try for a few moments, anything rises in you, try to unclutch. Without clutching and connecting and creating a shaft, you may say, no, it is very difficult. This is also one more thought. The difficulty which you experienced 10 years ago, the difficulty which you experienced 9 years ago, the difficulty which you experienced yesterday are independent difficulties. Why should you connect all those difficulties and create an idea, this is difficult? So simply, this moment, unclutching is the ultimate meditation technique. It can directly upgrade your consciousness. Please understand, purpose of the human life is to upgrade your consciousness. Temples, rituals, religions, sacred books, everything is just for upgrading your consciousness, raising your consciousness. The very reason of your human body, existence of your human body, is to raise your consciousness. See, when your consciousness raises, automatically you become leader of your life, Lord of your life. You become God for yourself, Ishvara for your life. Becoming Ishvara of your own life is the basic necessity for every human being. You need to become Lord of life. You need to raise your consciousness. Unclutching liberates you instantaneously. Immediately. This one process is enough. It is self-sufficient for whether you are a beginner or professional seeker or about to get enlightened. Unclutching is a complete technique for you. If you have problems related to your health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your wealth, unclutch. If you have problems related to your
mind and the mental health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your relationships, unclutch. If you have problems related to your emotions, unclutch. If you have problems related to your consciousness, again the solution is unclutch. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Mind is a mechanism built in you by the society to constantly drive you as it wants. Anyone unclutched to the level where the faulty mechanism called mind inserted into you by default triggering you, instigating you, lives in the state of Paramashiva. Let me repeat. Listen. Mind is the faulty mechanism inserted into you by default by the human society to trigger you, to drive you as it wants constantly, who decides to unclip to the depth, to the level. Society cannot trigger you anymore. It cannot trigger you anymore. It cannot drive you crazy anymore. It cannot constantly instigate you in the direction it wants you anymore. That level of unclutching makes you manifest the state of Paramashiva. Paramashiva's message directly from listen. Whenever you withdraw, you unclutch reactionary assumption patterns, reactionary assumption pattern-based lifestyle, and the mess you made in your life due to reactionary assumption patterns and that lifestyle. I'll say Mala, Pasa, Maya. Mala is reactionary assumption patterns and Pasa is reactionary assumption pattern based lifestyle. Maya is the mess you made in your life due to reactionary assumption patterns and that lifestyle. Maya, and going on adding more and more mess by continuing to act assumption patterns and reactionary assumption patterns based lifestyle is called Anava. And
withdrawing from all this, unclutching from all this. Makes you explode in supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. The word Shivajnana Bodham. What the word Shivajnana Bodham means, supernal effulgence means, you will explode in that. Understand? Listen. The ultimate luxury a man should earn in his life is ability to see his pure space away from perception invaded personalities built around him or inside him. Please understand. This foundation of unclutching, whenever you unclutch, I can manifest powers in you just like that. I can just make Paramashiva explode in you. Understand? The perceptions by others, perceptions by others on you, but even you started believing it as you. This whole mess is what I call delusion. At least half an hour a day, have the freedom to sit with yourself absolutely unclutched, I tell you. If you start this simple unclutching, you will know whether to go behind the society's instigations, triggering, teaching, or go behind Guru and Kailasa. Listen. Difficulty is not in the travel. Difficulty is only your decision to decide which side you should travel. Life is travel. You will be traveling in some direction. That is not difficulty. Just by inhaling and exhaling and living, you are traveling. The whole difficulty is making the right decision which direction you should travel. Simple unclutching. Few days before I was telling in the satsang that night time put a ice cube, ice pack or a wet towel on your stomach and fall asleep. While you are doing that, if you unclutch, even that will be a very powerful way of unclutching. I tell you, anyone who unclutches in the night time while you are falling asleep with a wet cloth on your stomach, literally you will experience Turiya in your dream state. Understand? The heat in the stomach can get converted into a Jataragni, pure energy, by cooling it with a wet towel. Understand? The heat in the stomach is more like a smoke, not the pure fire. The pure fire is the energy you experience. But the heat you experience in the stomach like a smoke, it's not pure fire. If you put the wet towel, the smoke will reduce and the pure fire will be experienced by you. The ultimate luxury a man should earn in his life is ability to see his pure space away from perception invaded personalities built around him or inside him. Please understand, this foundation of unclutching, whenever you unclutch, I can manifest powers in you just like that. I can just make Paramashiva explode in you. Understand? The perceptions by others, perceptions by others on you, but even you started believing it as you. This whole mess is what I call delusion. At least half an hour a day, have the freedom to sit with yourself absolutely unclutched. I tell you, if you start this simple unclutching, you will know whether to go behind the society's instigations, triggering, teaching, or go behind Guru and Kailasa. Listen. Difficulty is not in the travel. Difficulty is only your decision to decide which side you should travel. Life is travel. You will be traveling in some direction. That is not difficulty. Just by inhaling and exhaling and living, you are traveling. The whole difficulty is making the right decision which direction you should travel. Simple simple unclutching. Few days before I was telling in the satsang that night time put a ice cube, ice pack or a wet towel on your stomach and fall asleep. While you are doing that, if you unclutch, even that will be a very powerful way of unclutching. I tell you, anyone who unclutches in the night time while you are falling asleep with a wet cloth on your stomach, literally you will experience Turiya in your dream state. Understand? The heat in the stomach can get converted into a Jataragni, pure energy, by cooling it with a wet towel. Understand? The heat in the stomach is more like a smoke, not the pure fire. The pure fire is the energy you experience. But the heat you experience in the stomach is more like a smoke. It's not pure fire. If you put the wet towel, the smoke will reduce and the pure fire will be experienced by you. Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness and the planes, multiple planes, everything.
Yes, the state of Kailasa, manifesting the unclutching space, how it is the only state where we can manifest Kailasa and become his extensions, become Paramashiva's extensions himself. All the various initiatives that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has provided to the whole humanity is only to establish and empower the humanity again and again in the state of unclutching. One of the beautiful opportunities that we have ahead of us is the Mahaparamashivaham program, the 21-day immersive retreat program, meditation program, where you are all going to be empowered to experience the state, space, being, power, superconsciousness of Paramashiva. We'll all be experiencing the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva and empowered to express 463 superconscious powers of Paramashiva. So do not miss this opportunity where all of us are going to be empowered to experience. So to be part of this great happening, register yourself in kailasa.org/Paramashivaham, which is being projected. And now let us enter into internalizing exercise, where we will see how the different identities that we are holding today, how it is empowering us now, and what is that identity that we can hold on to, which will fulfill us. I request all the viewers to take about 10 to 15 minutes of your time to internalize and cognize these very interesting questions. The first step, each one of us are holding various identities in our lives. You hold an identity as a mother, you hold an identity as a daughter, you hold an identity as an engineer, you hold an identity as a citizen, you hold an identity as a disciple, you hold an identity as a spectator of a movie. Like this, there are so many multiple identities that we hold in our everyday lives. So I request all of you to pen down the prominent identities that you hold in your day-to-day life. Let's take a few minutes to pen down the prominent identities that we hold in our day-to-day lives in the matrix world.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Let's take a few minutes to pen down all the different identities.
Our biology became one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let
Yes. Now let us go to the next step. Pen down the problems that you face with these identities. To each of the steps that you have put down, whether it is being a father or being a son, being a responsible employee or being a responsible owner, whatever identity you have put down, let's take a few minutes to pen down all the problems that you are actually facing in those positions, in those identities. As a father, you may be feeling, no matter how much I work hard, there is nobody who can appreciate my work. This can be one of the problems. And as a staff, as an employee, you may be feeling, I have to prove myself, even for small situations, to earn the trust of my boss. It could be anything, right? I mean, in your day-to-day life, whatever, from each of those identities, take a few minutes to pen them down.
Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Shivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now let us enter into the next step. Are you feeling fulfilled in any of the identities that you are choosing? Fulfilled as a son? Are you feeling fulfilled as a father? Life, the various roles that you have taken up in your life. Did any of these identities, after you've put all your life, you've really thought you've given everything to it, did any of these identities fulfill you? Let's take a few minutes to pen them down. You've poured everything, every day, every night, to ensure that the completion and the fulfillment happens in your relationships. Did any of that really fulfill your being? Let's take a few minutes to reflect that.
5 heads and 70 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, dictate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved in all my disciples. Now I am initiating Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, what? Yes. Now, what will really fulfill you? Which of the identity that is actually going to fulfill you? Building that identity that pulls, and that can happen only from the state of unfolding. When you manifest Kailasa, you understand that you have a greater existence in the parallel universe. Each one of us has a higher existence in the parallel universe. And this experience is what we will all be experiencing in Mahaparamashivaham, the 21-day program, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is going to empower all of us in 64 manifestations of Paramashiva, us to manifest the 463 powers of Paramashiva. When every part of your body is connected with the consciousness, you become the Divya Sharira. Each one of us has got this possibility to experience your own Divya Sharira in the parallel universe. This whole science is what Swamiji has brought into the world through deification process. The process making you, empowering you to experience your consciousness as Divya Sharira, as a higher existentiality in the parallel universe. This whole science, Swamiji has brought it to all of us by reviving sacred secrets from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the science of deification. And this science of deification is to every single person who's becoming the founding fathers of Kailasa. If you are becoming a founding, you are deified. You heard it right. You can be deified, where you can experience your higher existence in Shivaloka, in all the Kailasa's temples, for eternity in the present.
Ever since the dawn, man has sought eternal existence, immortality. Be the search for the elixir of life, or the quest for the Holy Grail. To modern day genes, man has desired to conquer ultimate leveler of them all, death. Immortality, seeking eternal life. In today's world, the answer is to have a wax statue in Madame Tussauds, or a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, or to establish a charitable foundation such as the Foundation or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. For most, this quest for immortality is expressed via biology, the instinct to pass on our genes through our children long after our body dies. Various ancient cultures have searched for immortality in different ways. One of the most well-known quests was deep in the massive pyramids of Egypt by the kings and the queens of ancient Egypt, the pharaohs. The civilization explored the science of preserving their bodies through mummification and created large pyramids as mausoleums to their greatness. Mummification involved embalming the bodies and packing them with sawdust and rags, sealing the open cuts with wax, and then wrapping them with linen bandages. The ancient Egyptians' art of mummification was not with the mere aim to preserve their bodies, but an attempt to achieve immortality itself. Mummification was, however, a primitive level understanding of this science of immortalization. The modern scientific quest for eternal existence is unraveling as being able to live in a computer simulation and link your mind to millions of others, achieving unlimited intelligence. An international collaboration led by researchers at UC Berkeley and the US Institute of Molecular Manufacturing has published an analysis predicting that nanotechnology breakthroughs are inevitably leading us to develop a human brain-cloud interface. It is Sanatana Hindu Dharma which gave the most precise way of immortalization in the profound science of deification, the science of Divya Sharira.
Amritasya Putra, you are sons of immortality. You are, by your very nature, immortal. There is no need to achieve it.
The immortals, Chiranjeevis, mentioned in Sanatana Hinduism are Prahlada, Markandeya, Hanuman, Ashwatthama. Immortalization by deifying is the most evolved science of immortality. When we seek immortality, we seek in our highest experiences. Our existence is not the body, not the mind, not our riches, our name and fame, not even just our genes and our children. We are beings, and our highest experience is one of merging with and being established in the deep connection to consciousness, to Paramashiva. Deifying creates an eternal identity, Divya Sharira, this highest, most ecstatic state of existence, which we glimpse in embodied states as Bhava Samadhi.
Understand, all the tapas, all the purification methods in Hindu tradition is to the higher vertical time zones. That's all. There are 11 sampradayas. In Hindu tradition, 11 sampradayas. Krama Brahmachari, Brahmacharini, Swami, Swamini, Sannyasi, Sannyasini. Understand? Swami and Sannyasi are different. Sannyas is initiation given. Swami is somebody who has mastered the become a complete in their sannyashood. Means they become completely flowered in their sannyas and become a Swami. Tambiran, who has become God, their own self, who has mastered the initiation of sannyas successfully is Swami. Sannyasi, Sannyasinis, Swami, Swaminis, Sadhvi, Sadhvinis, Sadhu, Sadhvis, and Vanaprastha and Vanaprasthis, Rishi and Rishikas, and Rudra and Bhairava and Bhairavi, Yogi and Yoginis. Like this, there are 11 sampradayas in Hindu tradition, Siddha. They are called Adhyashramis. Avaduta, Siddha, Adhyashramis. All of sampradaya means who don't belong to any of the sampradayas, who are absolutely free, like a Paramahamsas. Paramahamsis, they are one sampradaya. So listen, all these 11 sampradayas and their practices are for this one purpose: raising yourself to the higher and higher vertical time zones. From Bhumandala, Suva, Tapa, Satya and Kailasa. Understand? All the action, thought current you do, which pushes you into the lower time zones, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. That is called karma. Papa. All the actions and thought currents you enjoy which raises you in the vertical time zone. Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, Vaikunta, Kailasa. All this intense golden light and all the gods, goddesses, the Ganesha, Nandi, all the gods. I was seeing one by one and saw the Brahma and Vishnu, ultimately Parashakti sitting in the lap of Paramashiva with his Vishwarupa, 50 hands and 25 heads. It's pure, indescribable beauty and glory. Only when I deeply looked into the face of Paramashiva, I saw it, sir. The face is one and the same. Listen. Then slowly I started sensing this Bhuloka, means this dimension, this time zone. Then I slowly settled down. I started understanding that I'm enjoying his beautiful form, the chest. and that Rudrakshamala. I was in that extreme ecstasy. That knowing my Guru is Paramashiva and Paramashiva himself is my Guru. And slowly, I'm settling down from that vertical time zone to this time zone. Very smooth landing. And he just hugged me to give a smooth landing without any shock. I could see that. The first time I realized the static matter and vibrant energy and strategic existence has no border. There's no boundary. Because I saw there's no boundary between me, him and Kailasa. Who is Paramashiva? He is my Guru and he is me. There is no border. It's just one and the same. That powerful cognition just clicked with such strength and it became reality. Understand? Whenever these powerful cognitions click in your system, you experience Kailash time zone. The Kailash time zone is sealed into you. Those powerful cognitions become your reality. It is like vice versa, both. That can be brought and inserted into you and you can be taken and given the experience there. Guru can give you the glimpse or permanent space in Kailasa. It is just geometrical. Means your pi can be just shrunk or expanded. Shrunk, it goes to Patala, lower time zones. If it can be expanded, if it is expanded, it goes to higher time zone. Whenever I initiate you, I expand your pi. Just enter into higher time zones, vertical time zones. And you go and experience Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, Vaikuntha, ultimately Kailasa. This is the same science used in deification also. Your core conscious pi is taken and expanded and put in Kailasa, and that experience is sealed once for all in the form of this deity, and you stay forever in Kailasa. This whole your channel to Kailasa in the temple. The temple exists forever and you exist forever in the Kailasa. It's a science. Just like mummification in Egypt. That is a smaller level. See, anybody mummified can reach only up to Swargaloka. It is the science which can take you up to Swargaloka. Only deification can take you to Kailasa. Because Hindus have mastered this science in a much grander and ultimate way. Deification is 1,000 times greater, powerful methodology than mummification. Mummification can lead you up to Swargaloka. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva. Not more than that. You can be at the most Indra. But deification takes you directly to Kailasa. It can take you up. These sciences will be revealed more and more detailed from Kailasa.
Yes, this entire science of deification that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given birth is now offered as a gift to one and all. If you are the founding father of Kailasa, you are part of Sarvanyapita, then you have this wonderful gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to become deified. This entire science, Swamiji has made it happen. So where literally each of the Yajamans meaning the one who become the founding father of Kailasa, they are called as Yajamans, and each of the Yajamans, they will be deified. Particular stone will be taken, the type of the stone will be chosen as per the gender of the Yajaman, and it will be precisely carved to such precision where, sorry for the language, and each of the Yajamans will be particular stone will be chosen as per the gender of the Yajaman, and to be precisely carved. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. And what you're saying here is the precise work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has trained speakers of Kailasa to revive the science of deification and making sure that the each and every Yajaman, the founding father of Kailasa, is experiencing that state of conclusion, the state of Kailasa, where they are experientially expressing themselves as extension of Paramashiva. And this same science of deification we can see in Arunachaleshwara temple, where in the Kalyana Kotadi Mandapam, where we can literally see all the Yajamans whoever has contributed towards that Kalyana Kotadi Mandapam, they will be having their names etched on the Kalyana Kotadi. So beautifully how the Arunachaleshwara temple in Thiruvannamalai, the entire mandapam is so beautifully, precisely carved, and in each of these pillars of the mandapam, you can see the Yajamans, their names being carved in these pillars. They are not just the millennials of that era. They are millennials till the end of the universe because they are there eternally. They are serving eternally to Paramashiva through this way. And this entire science of being deified, being carved in the temple, and experiencing this state of Paramashiva, this whole science is now lost. The HRNC has actually banned this whole science of people getting deified. A rare opportunity that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering to one and all, where you can exclusively experience the state of Paramashiva, where you can be deified. Only in Kailasa's temples around the world, this is a possibility that human beings can experience themselves being deified. This amazing science of deification is revived and made possible by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by this Kailasa nation. So do not miss this opportunity where you can experience yourself in higher dimensions in all the parallel universes through this deification process. Please sign up as the founding fathers of Kailasa. The link will be projected on the screen where you can sign up as Sarvanyapita. So today, all along the day, what we have really seen is there are higher dimensions in our lives. There are higher realities in our lives where we can experience those higher dimensions and realities in the parallel universes. And one that actually gives us the complete fulfillment, no matter what we do in our lives, whether it is attending the 21-day program, Mahaparameshvoham with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that really empowers us, to experience these high in our parallel universes, or as deities of in Paramashiva Devalaya's temple, where we will be residing in the space of Paramashiva forever. So all these higher possibilities, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is providing to the whole of the humanity, all of us in these sciences. So do not miss this opportunity. Please sign up for Mahaparameshvoham, the 21-day workshop, which is kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. And also to become the Sarvanyapita Yajaman or the founding fathers of Kailasa, please look into our website and register yourself as Sarvanyapita Yajaman. So now in the next we'll be manifesting the powers, various powers of Paramashiva, which helps us to understand our higher existence, higher planes of existence in parallel universes. Let's get to the station segment where we'll be experiencing higher dimensions of our existence.
Nityananda. Nityananda. We welcome that have joined with us live for this on this auspicious occasion of the Nityanandeshwara Brahmotsavam celebrations. And today we're all going to be having the darshan of Kailasanathar. And so far we have been preparing for it. We have been understanding who is Kailasanathar, the significance. Importantly, we understood the science of unclutching, where Swamiji has explained about how one can go beyond our human emotions, our basic struggles, thoughts, stress, etc., by this profound science called unclutching, which is Swamiji's unique contribution to humanity.
And today we are going to prepare for the darshan, manifesting the peace that Paramashiva has gifted us. How many of you saw the demonstration of powers right in the beginning of the program? How many of you enjoyed it? The great news is even you can manifest these Shaktis. So that is what we are going to be doing now.
And what all of you are going to be glimpsing in this segment is just one part, or I should say perhaps a glimpse of what you are going to be experiencing in Mahaparamashivaham, like Ma Pranapriya had beautifully shared. Mahaparamashivaham is literally going to be that journey for each and every one of us. And he's giving us the gift, the entire manifestation. This manifesting Shaktis naturally elevates you to the highest state of consciousness, where you experience yourself, the inherent divinity in you. And Mahaparamashivaham is all about giving you the key to access one of the most precious resource inside of you, which is Paramashiva. And that is what Swami is going to all of us in Mahaparamashivaham. Anybody that is interested, you really feel like, yes, I want to be, and Swamiji, I may have obstacles, but I am really inspired. When I really feel like I should not miss Mahaparamashivaham, go ahead and you can sign up to the links that we have projected. It will also be posted in the comment section for all of you. You can sign up in the link that will be projected if you would like to be part of Mahaparamashivaham.
So, as we are all preparing for Mahaparamashivaham, I know Swamiji had also recently revealed how we are going to be experiencing the Jnanapada, Charyapada, Kriyapada, Yogapada, everything just for the sake of manifestation of Paramashiva. So now we are going to be experiencing small glimpses of what all other powers we are going to be experiencing in Mahaparamashiva. So what's the first power we are going to be manifesting?
Kailasanathar, the deity being Kailasanathar. This form of Paramashiva, as Swamiji described earlier, this form of Paramashiva is a form where he manifests as Kailasanathar, like where he manifests the entire Kailasa with all the Saptarishi, Rakshasa, Kinnara, Gimburuda. The entire Kailasa ecosystem sits with Paramashiva and they all manifest. And so Paramashiva beautifully sits as Kailasanathar with Devi on his lap. And this form represents the entire, like Swamiji said, this is literally the Kailash courtyard. This is how the courtyard scene is in Kailasa, with all the gods and goddesses and with Paramashiva sitting and making jokes and having a very intimate space with them. So this deity, for today, we are going to be glimpsing the powers that Swamiji had blessed the entire humanity with in the courtyard sessions. So we're going to be glimpsing some of the powers of the third eye, and we will first be starting with the power of third eye, being able to see without a physical eyes.
And while we are manifesting these powers, we are also going to be, if any of you are having any issues in manifesting, you are not able to manifest. See, if you are new, you have not received an initiation from Swamiji, then you would not be able to manifest this, because these Shaktis come from initiation from Swamiji. So you can listen to it now and you can get entangled with us, and Darshan, you will receive the initiation. But if you are someone, even if you have attended any of our previous programs receiving the Darshans of Swamiji, you have been initiated. Initiation of Swamiji, that is enough. Then you would simply start manifesting the powers. So now if you have received the initiation and if you're able to manifest the powers, or if you're not able to and you need some help, you can always reach out to us. Just put it in the comments section in the YouTube. We will be doing the scanning for you. Now do not start, all of you don't start putting it in the YouTube right away. First try definitely with the power of the entanglement as well as the initiations that Swamiji has been continuously giving us. All of us, even if you have not been able to manifest before, definitely now with this energy, you would be able to manifest many more powers than before. So first start manifesting it, start trying it. And if you are able to manifest, that's wonderful. You can share it in the comments. And if you need help with scanning, if you're having some obstacle and you'd like us to scan you, you can also comment that in the comment section after the power manifestation starts.
And so for the process of manifesting the Shakti, very beautifully Paramashiva reveals in the Kamikagama, he says in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, as part of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, he says, Kapalantarya Tishtanmilita Lochanaha Sodanya Lakshayin Lakshyamuttamam. He says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one can directly see the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva.
And this is a very beautiful Apta Pramana. Bhagavan Shri Krishna, in the Mahabharata, when the war was happening, in that time, to Arjuna, in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna gives the darshan of Vishwarupa darshan. So at that time, he tells Arjuna, Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyam me yogamaishwaram. He says, but you can cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours, for I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmopulence.
Swamiji very beautifully plays the Leela of this Shakti. Of 12, Swamiji had manifested, Swamiji had experienced the state of enlightenment to show the humanity what lays possible within man.
And Swamiji describes in his own words that the very first experience I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 directions below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. Such was the intensity of Swamiji's quest and experience that Swamiji was not just able to see the 360-degree around him. Swamiji's friend had even tested Swamiji. And as a young boy, when Swamiji was playfully meditating and when he had this experience of 360-degree vision, Swamiji's friend tried to test him. And when asked, what is behind you, Swamiji was able to tell precisely what exactly was the coin that the friend was holding behind. And that left the friend completely baffled. And he literally, because can you imagine a 12-year-old boy playing with these extraordinary shafts? This is the greatest benefit that humanity can have, because even visually impaired people, born blind children, who have lost the hope of vision in their life, have been able to see through the third eye, and they have been able to benefit from this extraordinary science.
That's so beautiful, actually. I remember how so many, you met with them, right? The children that were born blind. And just through the initiation of third eye, manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. So excited to manifest these Shaktis today. Please leave a comment in the comment section. So, Nityanta, now, when we prepare for this manifestation, what is actually required? Do we need to have do we have some prerequisite for this? Like something that we should have been doing, like some tapas, or I should have been maybe some meditations, or like I should be having my full focus. Is there something that is a prerequisite?
You having to know any techniques. It's not dependent on you having to know, do any process, any penance, any efforts from your side, because this is a science. It's a legitimate science. So this can be replicated to anybody, irrespective of their anything, irrespective of their backgrounds, their race, nationality, gender. Nothing matters. All that is needed is, somebody says, right? Like everyone with a head has a third eye. So all you need to do is just come. You just need to be available with a head, and then that's it. And the rest is taken care of by himself. So that is what is Paramashiva reveals as Shakti, where an avatar can awaken this extraordinary potential in you, and you can manifest this powers by yourself without any efforts or anything, just through the grace of the avatar.
From which age you started manifesting powers?
I think from the age of 14, 13.
13. Wow. This so young, and just sitting at the presence of, I think when you were 12 itself, because 2014 Swamiji had initiated us. So okay, so the age of 13 you started manifesting the power just through Swamiji's initiation. So today, understand, you might be any age. All you need is just, and you would be able to manifest these Shaktis. So now let's enter into the manifestation.
We will now be taking you all through the levels to manifest third eye. So first you will have to tie your eyes, and please put eye bands, tie your eyes. And chant the Mahavakya. Please ensure you tie your eyes. You have to completely tie your eyes. Cover your eyes with a blindfold.
Yes. So if all of you are ready, just settle down and make sure there's no light entering inside your eyes. We are going to be entering into the process. Now sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Make sure your eyes are completely closed and no light should enter inside your eyes. Now breathe and breathe out deeply and slowly. Chant the Mahavakya 3 times. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands and 75 eyes. And visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Now we are going to be projecting a picture. Whatever you are able to see to your third eye, start verbalizing it. Just start telling it out.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nitya Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nitya Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism, Paramashiva's organism, let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let oneness become living strategy, living experience of all of us. Am the Mahavagya. Do it intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
And start sharing in the chat section whatever you saw in your search in the last few minutes, whether it was colors, shapes, numbers, pictures, whatever came into your third eye, whatever you saw in your third eye, please go ahead and share that.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Whatever, whether it is shapes, or you saw some object, or you got some visualization, whatever you were able to see, start typing it in the comment section. Colors, or you got some memory of something, start typing everything. Now, in just a few more minutes, we are going to be seeing what the answer is.
So please go ahead, whatever you saw, do not hesitate. Whatever your third eye revealed to you, please go ahead and feel free to share it.
Go ahead.
Yes. Now it is time for us to see what the answer is. So let's all get ready to see the answer. Answer for all of you. The answer, the picture that we all projected for you was this, Swamiji with Kalavero in the background.
whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experiencing from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness, and the planes, multiple planes, everything. You will become Paramashiva. The Indian mass media cult.
Nityananda. Now, just as we all saw, Mahaparamashivaham is literally going to be having a blast with all these 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. These 64 manifestations of Paramashiva are the superconscious mutations of Paramashiva. Each of them manifested as a Shakti, as a power, when Paramashiva mutated himself for various different causes, various different acts. So Mahaparamashivaham is going to be experiencing these 64 superconscious mutations of Paramashiva in such a way where you can awaken those powerful components and cognitions in you. Do not miss Mahaparamashivaham, because this is just a glimpse. Mahaparamashivaham is going to be advanced powers. What you may, many of them you may not have not even heard, and we're like taking you through a journey into experiencing, into glimpsing the superconsciousness. Actually, every time I remember that Mahaparamashivaham is just few days away, I'm so excited because this is like literally for you to manifest with the state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness. Every level manifesting Paramashiva. Because the way how Swamiji has designed the whole thing, right? Just to share some of the insider secrets with you, like Swamiji given how to manifest the powers of each and every superconscious mutations of Paramashiva, meaning all the powers, like the way to versus how you will be after Mahaparamashivaham is going to be something completely unique. Completely. And most importantly, every single component, Swamiji has brought all the sciences of power manifestation together to gift it to all of us in Mahaparamashivaham. So it's not just going to be experiencing 64 forms of Paramashiva, it's actually, you're going to be experientially understanding it. It's not just say, oh, okay, this is Kailasanathar Murti, this is Kailasanathar Murti. It is not just going to be like that. But you awaken those aspects of Kailasanathar Murti inside of you. Each deity, its corresponding Shakti, and the various components, like what kind of Aushadas you need to put, what kind of gifts you need to have, what kind of yantras you need to have, and what are the herbs that you need to take. Everything is curated, designed, tailored exclusively to give you the most authentic of Paramashiva. So anybody that is watching it, do not miss Mahaparamashivaham.
That is the program for you to experience this. These powers are all just basics. We all know third eye, and you have been too casually with us for too long now.
I mean, how Swamiji has made it, right? When Swamiji told about, when Swamiji initiated a beginning to this power of third eye, Swamiji made a statement. Swamiji said, everybody has an iPhone, like that. I want to make this as a very common thing. And literally that's how it has become. Now, can you ever imagine just 5 years or 6 years before, if somebody said that they can move the matter, like they can move a coconut just in someone's hands. Can you ever imagine that when they, oh yeah, I know about this, I can manifest it. You'll never,
you would feel that it's just crazy to even think of that.
Exactly. But see how Swamiji has made it. Swamiji has given a huge breakthrough. Now, anybody, whether the people sitting in the US or Canada or Australia or Singapore, Malaysia, India, any part of the world, but you have already started manifesting these powers. How many of you here that are watching us live right now have started manifesting these extraordinary powers? Any powers, whether it is consciousness over matter, through your third eye, you are able to move a object, or it is the power of third eye reading or body scanning or remote vision, any of the extraordinary powers. How many of you are here who are tuned in right now have manifested these powers? Even once, if you have manifested, if you've tasted these powers, do share it in the comments now. Great. So now, what is the next power? Next round we're going to get
So the next power that we're all going to be manifesting is, see, now we all saw what of third eye is, what we can see, what normally people can see with their eyes open, we are going to be seeing with our eyes closed. That's what we did in the next Shakti. What people cannot even see with their eyes open, you will be able to see with their eyes closed. Means you're going to be able to see through people. You're going to be able to see through the bodies, like scanning the bodies of people. For this round, you will definitely need to have a partner, like a friend or someone that you can manifest with. And best would be, we recommend that you sit with your close friends or family members who are with you, like a partner that you can pair up with and you can scan. So we're all going to be manifesting the power of body scanning, where you're going to be scanning a person and identifying or any uncomfortability that they have in their body. So for this, we will be chanting the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the power of body scanning. So this is again from the Vijnana Bhairavatan. Paramashiva is revealing to us. So beautifully Paramashiva reveals in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadeho vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatvani yani nilayam ante vyajyate para. Cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is after Pramana power of body scanning, where the entire Samhita, actually Charaka Samhita and Shushruta Samhita, this is like literally the medicinal book, and this reveals to us the entire science of medicines, Hindu medicines. And in fact, even modern day, amazing fact of this is it was downloaded completely by a master called Charaka, who through the third eye downloaded the entire science of medicines and medications. The next is Atma Pramana, where when Swamiji had because Swamiji was riding on a horse, and due to the excitement and all the drum sound and music of where we were all celebrating Swamiji on the horse, this horse got a little scared, and then it like shook, and because of that, Swamiji fallen off of the horse. And at that time, Swamiji had a fracture, which normally would have left anyone with excruciating pain. But Swamiji was not just as an avatar beyond pain, but Swamiji was able to even tell the doctors precisely what exactly was happening, what is the impact of each medication taken in the system. And through the surgery, Swamiji was so conscious, like there's absolutely no pain.
which completely left the entire medical team baffled. Because not just it being able to go beyond pain, but Swamiji also to see what exactly was happening in the system. So this is a very beautiful manifestation of this Shakti of body scanning. Now, we request every one of you that are sitting with us here, please connect to a partner, phone a friend, you can have someone in your vicinity, like your near and dear one sit with you, anything is fine. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands, chanting the Mahavakya. Contemplate, remember that you are consciousness, not the body, not the limited human being that you think you are. And connect to your partner and scan them and see if there's any issue that you are seeing in the partner's body, and you can start writing it down or typing it down and sharing it with your partner. Please subscribe. One of you, connect to your partner, chant the Mahavakya, and to experience in the state of one, which means you need to constantly draw to the visualization that you are Swamiji. Just remember Swamiji yesterday, that is enough. That will naturally ensure any thought, interference that comes in your mind. Anything that you cannot do it, you're not doing it, you will not be boredom, frustration, Whatever comes in your inner space, just remember to drop it at Swamiji's feet. Constantly bring yourself back.
Macrocosm we carry became one microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry
Continue to manage
one with
chanting the Mahavakya.
microcosm of Paramashiva.
And please share with your friend as you're seeing. Do not wait to share in the end. As and when you're seeing, keep posting it to your partner. You can say, I'm seeing you're having stomach issues or ear problems. Whatever you are seeing in you, please keep sharing that with your friend.
Living experience of all and the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Param. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
What character
Om Nityananda
what each of you were able to manage.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Please do that. All can now share with us what each of you saw through your third eye. How many of you have manifested? Please take a few minutes to leave your comments in the comment section.
Of Bhagavan Kailasanathar. And it's so, we all are so blessed because last so many days we have been preparing ourselves every single day and receiving so many powerful Bhava Samadhi Darshans, and that too such ritualistically as it is happening in Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. we all are receiving those darshans.
And this is the most auspicious time to receive the 64 forms of Mahaparama because it is in this time, during this Deepam, that Paramashiva assumed form from formlessness. And this is also coinciding with our Jayanti celebrations. So this is a very auspicious time. Literally every the whole entire air of Kailasa, you can just touch and feel celebration happening. So it's a very powerful space to be in, and that makes it all the more important for you to be in Mahaparameshwar because it is in that space. It is the most conducive space for you where that is the very moment where Swamiji happened on planet Earth, and that very celebrations of Swamiji happening on planet Earth where Parameshwar assumed formlessness to form, and Swamiji, Mahaparameshwar himself, assumed form from formlessness. And so anybody that would like to sign up, be part of Mahaparameshwar and you would like to join us, some obstacles, but you have a strong intention, it is perfectly fine. Go ahead and fill up. So the moment you put your intention, Swamiji will manifest it for you. So if you and support you in manifestation, please go ahead and fill the form.
Yes. So now let us all prepare ourselves. Now we are going to be understanding what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This very Bhava means attitude, aspect. Sama means oneness. Adi means source. So Bhava Samadhi
That is why the aspect, the bhava that you use to connect to the divine with. For example, when you see Swamiji giving the darshan of Devi, Parameshwar Shakti, all the powerful components of that form of Parameshwar Shakti gets awakened in you. Similarly, have the darshan of Swamiji giving the darshan of Kailasanathar today. All the powerful
and the Nija Avatara, physical, embodied. That's why all of us are really blessed because we are going to be having the darshan through Nija Avatara. Today, the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Bhagavan Kailasanathar through the Nija Avatara.
you are raised to a certain frequency. No matter which place you are sitting in, no matter how far you are, what time zone it is, and no matter which place on planet Earth you are sitting in,
There's a very special thing that happens during this time. Whatever is happening in Swamiji will start happening inside us. You don't need to do anything. You are just going to be sitting, and without any effort from our side, our brain neurons would start reflecting that of what is happening in Swamiji. And context for us to receive this darshan from.
Now, in the same space, each and every one of you that are sitting with us, this is the most powerful space. We are all your prayers at Swamiji's feet. Every desire, every wish that you have, when you just sit in the darshan, all your feet. Especially when Swamiji is going to be gracing all of us as Kailasanathar, the exact form which Parameshwar is sitting in Kailasa with all the Devatas, Rishi, Ganas, everyone. This is the precious time that you can ask your boons of becoming part of Kailasa, for you to become part of Paramashiva's Kailasa, for you to experience and be part of creating Maha Kailasa. Anyone, there are so many of you that are requesting to be part of Sarvajña Pita Yajaman, Sarvajña Pita Karta, and many of you who are really eager to attend Mahaparamashivaham, to experience these extraordinary Swamiji showering us with. So this is the most powerful and most auspicious time. If you would like to ask Swamiji, you can put it as a prayer in the YouTube chat, in the Facebook chat, and Swamiji, Kailasanathar, the moment his eyes falls on it, that itself will infuse life energy.
So now let us all get ready, prepare ourselves of Bhagavan Kailasanathar. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivaham. Om Nityananda Paramashivaham. Nityananda Paramashivaham. Continue to be in a deep meditative.
With your whole inner space, we sit in the deep meditative space of gratitude.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Oham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Da Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nitya Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nitya Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let living strategy, living experience of all of us. Amda Mahavadya. Do it intensely.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Param. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
As Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Sakya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Param. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nitya Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nitya Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
In this space of deep, little space of gratitude, that is all.
And we have an announcement for all of you. We are going to be having it in the new stream. So we request everyone, all our YouTube viewers, Facebook viewers, please come back, just click back the same channel, like right below this video. You're seeing at the bottom, you'll be seeing the icon of this channel. You'll be seeing photo of Swamiji, similar to the one on the top. So the one on the top corner, same photo, the picture of Swamiji, which is the channel's icon. Just click on that and wait for another refresh. You will be able to see our new live stream. So make sure you join us back. We are now going to be having the powerful Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Kailasanathar through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva.